Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. And, if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fog settled over London's West End like a whispered secret, curling around gas lamps that glowed amber in the December dusk. Each breath of winter air carried the mingled scents of roasted chestnuts, coal smoke, and something sweeter, cinnamon and clove from the mulled wine vendors who lined the Christmas market streets. The cobblestones gleamed with frost, catching the lamplight in 1,000 tiny mirrors, and if you listened carefully beneath the murmur of evening shoppers, you could hear the distant chime of church bells marking 6 o'clock, their notes hanging in the cold air like ornaments themselves. It was the 20th of December, 1891, and Victorian London had dressed itself in its finest winter garments. The West End markets had transformed into something between a bazaar and a dream, with wooden stalls draped in evergreen boughs and red ribbon, their awnings heavy with the day's earlier snowfall. Ladies in velvet cloaks moved through the narrow lanes between vendors, their breath forming small clouds as they examined porcelain dolls, wooden toys painted in bright lacquer, and yard upon yard of silk ribbon in every shade the eye could imagine. Gentlemen in top hats and wool greatcoats followed at a respectful distance, their gloved hands clasped behind their backs, affecting an air of patient tolerance, while secretly admiring the craftsmanship of a particularly fine pocket watch or the gleam of a silver snuff-box. The market was theatre, of course. Everything in Victorian society was theatre. The careful performances of class and propriety, the elaborate dances of courtship and commerce, the studied indifference that concealed desperate calculation. And nowhere was this performance more beautifully staged than in the Christmas markets, where the wealthy came to demonstrate their generosity, their taste, their position in the intricate hierarchy that governed every interaction, every glance, every shilling spent. Among the stalls one had drawn particular attention throughout the season. Madame Celeste Hartwell's establishment, though to call it a mere stall would be like calling the Thames a stream, occupied a prime corner where 2 market lanes intersected. The structure itself was a marvel, a miniature shop front constructed of dark wood and glass, with gilt lettering that read, Hartwell's Fine Ornaments and Curiosities, in an elegant script that caught the gaslight just so. Inside, arranged on shelves of midnight blue velvet, were Christmas baubles unlike any others in London. Celeste Hartwell had built her reputation on exclusivity. Her ornaments were not mass-produced German glass shipped in by the thousands. Each piece was unique, commissioned from the finest craftsmen, designed to appeal to families who measured their worth not in pounds, but in lineage, in connections, in the weight of their name when spoken in the right drawing rooms. A Hartwell ornament on one's Christmas tree was a statement, a signal to holiday visitors that here lived people of discernment, of means, of consequence. But it was the blue baubles that had become her signature this season. They hung in the shop's display window like captured pieces of winter sky, each one no larger than a lady's fist, crafted from glass so delicate it seemed to shimmer with its own inner light. The colour defied easy description, not quite cobalt, not quite sapphire, but something in between, as if the glassmaker had somehow trapped the precise shade of twilight just before the stars emerged. When the gaslight struck them, they seemed to glow from within, casting soft azure shadows that danced across the velvet like moonlight on water. The craftsmanship was extraordinary. Each bauble featured delicate silver filigree at its crown, where a white silk ribbon attached it to an ornate hook. Tiny silver swirls decorated the glass itself, patterns that seemed almost to move when you looked at them from different angles, creating an effect that was mesmerizing, hypnotic, deeply beautiful in a way that made even the most jaded society matrons pause and stare, and expensive, deliciously, prohibitively expensive, which naturally made them even more desirable. On this particular evening, however, something had gone terribly wrong at Hartwell's Fine Ornaments and Curiosities. The first passer-by to notice was a young clerk named Theodore Bates, hurrying home from his position at a nearby haberdashery, his thin coat pulled tight against the December cold. He later told the police, and anyone else who would listen, that what caught his attention was the silence. The shop should have been alive with customers at this hour. The gentle tinkle of the door chime, Madame Hartwell's cultured voice describing the provenance of this ornament, or the unique qualities of that. Instead, there was only stillness, and something else. A quality to the quiet that made the hair on the back of his neck stand up, though he couldn't have explained why. The display window told the story in fragments of shattered blue glass. Where 24 magnificent baubles had hung that morning, now there remained only broken pieces scattered across the velvet like tears of frozen sky. The silver filigree lay twisted and bent among the shards. The white silk ribbons draped across the destruction like surrender flags. And in the centre of it all, barely visible through the frosted glass of the shop door, was a shape that Theodore's mind initially refused to recognise as a person. Madame Celeste Hartwell lay crumpled on the floor of her shop, her elegant dove-grey dress spread around her like the petals of a fallen flower. One pale hand extended toward the shattered display as if reaching for something that could no longer be saved. Theodore's shout brought other shoppers running. Within minutes, a small crowd had gathered, their faces pressed to the shop windows, their breath fogging the glass. Someone had the presence of mind to send for the police. Someone else, a doctor, as fortune would have it, doing his Christmas shopping with his wife, pushed through the crowd and tried the door. It was unlocked. He entered, moving with professional purpose through the shop that now seemed so much smaller, so much more fragile than its grand exterior suggested. The scent inside was all wrong. Beneath the expected smell of evergreen and the faint residue of ladies' perfume, there was something sharp, almost metallic, and the unmistakable odour of burnt matches, though no lamp appeared to have been lit recently. Dr. Marcus Webb, for that was his name, and he would dine out on this story for months, knelt beside Madame Hartwell and felt for a pulse. It was there, faint but steady, and relief washed over him. Not dead then, merely unconscious. He began checking for injuries, his hands moving with practised efficiency, while his wife hovered in the doorway, preventing curious onlookers from trampling what might be evidence. "Fetch water," he called to no one in particular, and someone scurried to obey. It was perhaps 20 minutes later when Detective Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard arrived, his face pinched with cold and the particular exasperation that came from being called away from his supper. He was a compact man, sharp-featured, with eyes that missed very little, and a manner that suggested he'd seen enough of human nature's darker impulses to find very little surprising. He took in the scene with a few quick glances, the shattered display, the unconscious woman now being tended to by the doctor, the crowd of gawkers being held back by a pair of young constables who looked overwhelmed by the attention. "Right," Lestrade said, to no one in particular. "Everyone back, if you please. This is police business now." But even as he began his examination of the scene, even as he made notes in his small leather book and asked the doctor preliminary questions about Madame Hartwell's condition, a part of his mind was already composing the telegram he would send. Because this was strange. Strange enough that it warranted consulting someone whose mind worked in channels that ordinary police work couldn't follow. Someone who saw patterns where others saw only chaos, who could read a shattered window display the way scholars read ancient texts. By the time Madame Hartwell began to stir, groaning softly as consciousness returned, Lestrade had already dispatched a messenger to Baker Street. The woman who opened her eyes in her ruined shop was not the composed, elegant figure that society knew. Her dark hair had come loose from its pins and hung in disarray around a face that was pale as winter moonlight. Her eyes, a striking grey that had charmed countless customers into purchasing ornaments they hadn't intended to buy, now reflected confusion and something deeper. Fear, perhaps, or shock, or both tangled together in a way that made her seem suddenly much younger than her 40-some years. "What?" she whispered, and Dr. Webb patted her hand in what he hoped was a reassuring manner. "You've had a shock, Madame Hartwell. Do you remember what happened?" She blinked slowly, her gaze travelling around the shop as if seeing it for the first time. When her eyes landed on the shattered display window, a sound escaped her throat. Not quite a cry, not quite a gasp, but something between the two that spoke of loss and confusion in equal measure. "The baubles," she whispered, "my blue baubles, they're all destroyed, I'm afraid," Lestrade said, his tone gentler than his reputation might suggest. Can you tell us what happened?" Madame Hartwell's hand went to her throat, fingers touching a small cameo brooch at her collar, as if seeking something solid to anchor herself to reality. I don't... There was a visitor, a gentleman, or... I thought he was a gentleman. He came in just as I was preparing to close. The light was already fading, and then... She paused, her brow furrowing with concentration, and in that moment she looked like nothing so much as a child trying to remember a dream that was rapidly fading upon waking. He asked about the blue baubles, but his questions were... strange. He wanted to know who had commissioned them, who the craftsman was, whether I kept records of my purchases, and his voice. She shuddered. It was cultured, educated, but there was something underneath, something that made me uneasy, though I couldn't say why. "Can you describe him?" Lestrade's pencil was poised over his notebook. Tall, well-dressed, a dark coat, very fine wool, gloves, a hat that shadowed his face. I'm sorry, Inspector. I see so many customers, and in the gaslight everyone looks half in shadow. But there was one thing. When he turned to look at the display, I saw his eyes. Just for a moment. They were cold. Not the colour, but the quality of them. As if he were looking at the baubles the way one might examine insects under glass. Lestrade wrote this down, though his expression suggested he found it less than helpful. "And then?" he prompted. "And then?" Madame Hartwell's voice faltered. "I don't remember. It's as if there's a blank space where the next few minutes should be. I remember feeling dizzy, suddenly. The shop seemed to tilt, and I thought I must be ill. I reached for the counter to steady myself, and that's when I heard the crash. The sound of all that beautiful glass breaking, and then... nothing. Darkness! Until I woke to find you all here." It was thin testimony, Lestrade thought. Too thin. But the woman's distress seemed genuine enough, and Dr. Webb confirmed that she showed no signs of having been struck or physically attacked. No injuries save a small bump on her head, consistent with fainting and striking the floor. Still, something nagged at him. The way the glass was broken, not smashed in rage or haste, but methodically, deliberately, as if someone had taken care to destroy each bauble thoroughly. And that smell, the one Dr. Webb had noticed. Burnt matches, or something like it. Something chemical that didn't belong in a Christmas ornament shop. He was contemplating these details when the shop door chimed, admitting a gust of cold air and two figures who seemed to bring with them an immediate change in the room's atmosphere. The first was tall and lean, with sharp features that the gaslight rendered in dramatic angles and shadows. He moved with a predatory grace, his dark eyes already scanning the scene, cataloguing details faster than most men could blink. Behind him came a sturdier figure, a man with a military bearing and a physician's careful step, carrying a medical bag that suggested he'd been interrupted in the middle of work. "Lestrade," taller man said, by way of greeting. His voice was a cultured baritone tinged with the kind of barely suppressed energy that suggested his mind was already 3 steps ahead of the conversation. "Your message mentioned shattered glass and an unconscious woman. I trust we haven't arrived too late for the interesting parts." Detective Inspector Lestrade couldn't quite suppress his sigh, though it held more relief than annoyance. "Mr. Holmes," he said, "Dr. Watson, thank you for coming so quickly. And no, you haven't missed much, though I suspect you'll find more in this mess than I have." Sherlock Holmes's lips curved in something that wasn't quite a smile, as his eyes fell upon the destroyed display window, and for just a moment, in the gaslight and shadow of that winter evening, he looked like a man who had just been presented with the most wonderful gift. Morning arrived at 221B Baker Street the way it always did in December, reluctantly, as if the sun itself needed persuading to rise over a city wrapped in fog and coal smoke. The light that eventually filtered through the sitting-room windows was pale and uncertain, the colour of weak tea, casting long shadows across the Persian carpet and the cluttered table where Sherlock Holmes sat hunched over his latest puzzle. The fragments of blue glass were arranged on a white cloth like pieces of a shattered sky. Holmes had spent the better part of the night examining them, his long fingers moving with surgical precision as he turned each shard this way and that, holding them up to candlelight, studying them through his magnifying lens until his eyes burned with fatigue. Now, in the grey morning light, he sat perfectly still, his chin resting on steepled fingers, staring at the arrangement as if waiting for the glass itself to confess its secrets. Dr. John Watson, who had risen at a more civilized hour, stood by the window with his morning tea, watching his friend with the mixture of concern and fascination that characterized most of their association. He had learned long ago not to interrupt Holmes during these periods of intense concentration. The detective's mind worked in ways that defied ordinary logic, making connections that seemed invisible to lesser mortals, and disturbing him mid-thought was like stopping a steam engine at full power, inadvisable and potentially dangerous. The sitting room around them bore the comfortable disorder of two bachelor gentlemen who valued function over appearance. Books lay open on every available surface, their spines cracked, their margins filled with Holmes's spidery annotations. The fireplace held the remnants of last night's fire, now reduced to embers that glowed faintly beneath a layer of ash. The air smelled of pipe tobacco, Holmes's preferred shag, which Watson had long since ceased trying to identify, and the faint chemical tang that always seemed to cling to the sitting room's corners, a souvenir of Holmes's various experiments. Mrs. Hudson had already been up twice, once to deliver their breakfast and once to collect the dishes that Holmes had ignored and Watson had dutifully consumed. She had learned, as Watson had, to navigate around her peculiar tenant's moods, to know when to speak and when silence served better. This morning she'd simply set the tray down, collected yesterday's newspaper, and departed with the soft click of the door that marked her as a woman of considerable diplomatic skill. Outside, London was waking to another day. The sounds filtered up through the windows, the clop of horses' hooves on cobblestones, the cry of a muffin man making his rounds, the distant whistle of a train pulling into one of the great stations that mark the city like pins on a map. Baker Street itself was beginning to stir, shopkeepers opening their doors, clerks hurrying toward their offices with newspapers tucked under their arms, the whole vast machinery of Victorian commerce grinding slowly into motion. Watson took another sip of tea and turned his attention to the Morning Times, which Mrs. Hudson had thoughtfully ironed to prevent the ink from smudging. He scanned the headlines with the practiced eye of a man who had learned to read the news for both information and entertainment. The usual fare, parliamentary debates that would bore anyone not directly involved, announcements of society engagements, advertisements for miracle cure-alls that Watson's medical training told him were more miracle than cure, and... He stopped, his teacup suspended halfway to his lips. "Holmes," he said, his voice cutting through the silence with the precision of a scalpel. "You'll want to see this." Holmes didn't move for a moment, as if his mind needed time to return from whatever distant country it had been exploring. Then he blinked, focused on Watson, and extended one hand in a wordless request. Watson crossed the room and placed the newspaper in his friend's grasp, pointing to a small item in the society column. Holmes read it once, quickly, then again, more slowly. Then he sat back in his chair and Watson saw something flicker across that angular face. Not quite surprise, but something close to it. Recognition, perhaps, or vindication. "3 families," Holmes murmured, his grey eyes scanning the text a third time. "The Honourable Charles Whitmore, Member of Parliament for Wessex, Lady Catherine Ashford, widow of the shipping magnate, and Mr. Edmund Pemberton, senior partner at Pemberton and Sons, merchant bankers." He looked up at Watson, and now there was something else in his expression. Interest. Sharp, focused, predatory interest. And each of them received, as a gift from an anonymous admirer, a blue-glass bauble. Delivered yesterday morning, before Madame Hartwell's unfortunate incident. Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the December morning. That can't be coincidence, my dear Watson. In my experience, coincidence is simply causation that hasn't yet been properly examined. Holmes rose from his chair with the sudden energy of a man who had been waiting for exactly this piece of information. 3 ornaments, 3 families, all delivered on the same day, and by evening, Madame Hartwell's entire stock of blue baubles destroyed. No, this is not coincidence. This is pattern. This is intention. He began pacing, his dressing gown flaring behind him like the cape of some theatrical villain. The question is not whether these events are connected, but why? What purpose do these ornaments serve? Why these particular families? And who would go to such elaborate lengths to... He stopped mid-sentence, his attention caught by something Watson couldn't see. Then, with characteristic abruptness, he strode to the desk and began composing a telegram. his pen scratching across the paper with fierce determination. "What are you doing?" Watson asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. "Requesting interviews," Holmes replied without looking up. "I should very much like to see these baubles for myself, and to ask these distinguished families some questions about their mysterious benefactor." By noon, they were stepping out of a hansom cab on a street in Mayfair where even the cobblestones seemed more polished than those in ordinary parts of London. The houses here were not merely residences, but statements, great white-fronted edifices that rose 4 and 5 stories high, their windows gleaming, their brass fixtures polished to a mirror shine. This was where old money lived, the kind of wealth that had been accumulating for generations, growing and compounding like interest, in some vast cosmic bank. The Honourable Charles Whitmore's London residence occupied a corner position, which in the intricate calculus of society status meant something Watson didn't entirely understand, but Holmes had explained involved historical property rights and medieval street patterns. The door was opened by a butler whose bearing suggested he considered himself superior to most members of the House of Lords, let alone common visitors, but the telegram Holmes had sent ahead had apparently smoothed their way. They were shown into a drawing room that was a masterpiece of Victorian taste, which is to say it was crammed with enough furniture, ornaments, paintings and decorative objects to stock a small museum. Heavy velvet curtains framed windows that looked out onto a private garden. The wallpaper was a dense pattern of burgundy and gold that seemed to pulse in the lamplight. Every surface held something: porcelain figurines, silver picture frames, crystal decanters, elaborate clocks that ticked at slightly different rhythms, creating a temporal symphony that was both soothing and slightly maddening. And in the corner, standing 7 feet tall and decorated with what must have been 1,000 ornaments, was the Christmas tree. It was a magnificent specimen, a Norway spruce that filled the room with the scent of pine and forest and winter mountains. The ornaments that covered it were exactly what one would expect in a household of this standing: expensive, tasteful, each one carefully chosen to demonstrate the family's refinement and means. There were hand-painted porcelain angels from Germany, carved wooden nutcrackers from the Black Forest, crystal icicles that caught the light and threw rainbows across the walls, silver bells that chimed softly when anyone walked past, and there, hanging on a branch at eye level, positioned where any visitor would be certain to notice it, was the blue bauble. It was just as Madame Hartwell's window display had promised. The glass seemed to glow with that impossible twilight colour, the silver filigree catching the lamplight, the whole thing creating an effect that was mesmerising in its beauty. Watson found himself staring at it, his mind momentarily emptied of everything except the pure aesthetic appreciation of a thing made perfectly. Holmes naturally was examining it with considerably less poetry and considerably more purpose. "Exquisite craftsmanship," he murmured, leaning close but not touching. "The glass is hand-blown, certainly. You can see the slight irregularities that machine work would eliminate, and the silver work is remarkable. Filigree of this delicacy requires not just skill but patience. Hours of work, perhaps days for each piece. Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, thank you for coming." The voice was cultured, carefully modulated, and carried the particular tone of a man accustomed to being listened to. The Honourable Charles Whitmore entered the room with the bearing of someone who had never had to worry about whether he belonged somewhere. He was perhaps 50, well preserved in the way of men who could afford excellent tailors and the leisure to exercise. His hair was silver at the temples, his moustache waxed to precision, his morning coat cut to emphasize a figure that suggested regular riding and fencing. But there was something in his eyes that betrayed unease, a tightness around the corners, a certain quality of attention that suggested a man listening for footsteps that hadn't yet arrived. "Mr. Whitmore," Holmes said, straightening from his examination of the ornament, "I appreciate your willingness to see us on such short notice. Your telegram mentioned that you received this bauble yesterday morning?" "Yes, delivered with the regular post. No return address, no note, simply the ornament in a small wooden box packed with straw." Whitmore's hand went to his watch chain, fingers worrying at the fob in a gesture that Watson recognised as anxiety poorly concealed. "My wife was delighted, of course. She has a weakness for beautiful things, and this is certainly that. She insisted it be given pride of place on the tree." "And you have no idea who sent it?" Watson asked. "None whatsoever. My wife assumed it was from one of her society friends, some elaborate secret exchange that she'd forgotten about. I thought perhaps a constituent. or someone currying favour, though the lack of identification seemed odd. He paused, his jaw working as if chewing on words he wasn't certain he should speak. But then this morning, I received something else. Holmes's eyes sharpened. Oh? Whitmore reached into his coat pocket and withdrew an envelope. It was good quality paper, expensive, with no markings or writing on the outside. He handed it to Holmes with visible reluctance, as if the thing might burn his fingers. Holmes opened it with care, withdrew a single sheet, and read. His expression revealed nothing, but Watson saw the slight tension in his shoulders, the minute tightening of his grip on the paper. "May I?" Watson asked, and Holmes passed him the letter. The message was brief, typed on what appeared to be a new machine given the perfect evenness of the letters. The ornament is merely a reminder that some secrets, like decorative glass, are fragile things. How unfortunate it would be if certain information regarding financial arrangements with the Crimson Trading Company were to become public knowledge before the vote on the Eastern Railway Bill. I trust we understand each other. There was no signature. Watson felt his mouth go dry. This wasn't a gift. This was blackmail, dressed up in blue glass and silver filigree. "The Crimson Trading Company," Holmes said softly, his eyes still on Whitmore's face. "I confess I'm not familiar with them." Whitmore's face had gone pale. "They're a private concern, import-export. I have certain business relationships that, while entirely legal, might be misconstrued if examined without proper context. Context such as voting rights on railway bills." Holmes's tone was neutral, but the implication hung in the air between them like smoke. "I have always voted according to my conscience," Whitmore said, but the words lacked conviction. "I'm sure you have," Holmes replied, turning back to the ornament. "Tell me, when you received this bauble, did you notice anything unusual about it? Any scent, perhaps? Any residue on the glass?" Whitmore blinked at the change in direction. "No, it was simply a beautiful ornament. My wife handled it extensively before hanging it. She noticed nothing amiss." Holmes nodded slowly as if filing this information away in one of the many chambers of his extraordinary mind. "And the wooden box it arrived in, do you still have it?" I believe so. My wife may have saved it. She saves everything. I should very much like to examine it. And Mr. Whitmore, I would suggest you do not comply with the suggestions in this letter. Not yet. Give me 3 days. If I cannot unravel this matter in that time, you may proceed as your conscience dictates." Whitmore's relief was palpable. "Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I've heard of your abilities. If anyone can resolve this matter discreetly—" "Discretion," Holmes said, "is often the better part of detection. Come, Watson. We have 2 more households to visit, and I suspect we'll find remarkably similar stories at each." He was correct, of course. He was always correct about such things, which Watson found simultaneously impressive and mildly irritating. Lady Catherine Ashford's residence in Belgravia yielded another blue bauble, another anonymous letter, this one suggesting that certain irregularities in her late husband's shipping manifests might prove embarrassing if brought to the attention of the customs authorities. The widow, a formidable woman in her 60s who wore mourning black with the air of a general wearing battle dress, had received her ornament with pleasure and her threatening letter with fury. "I will not be intimidated," she declared, her voice sharp enough to cut glass. "My husband built his business on integrity. Whatever these accusations, they are lies." But her hands trembled as she handed Holmes the letter, and her eyes kept darting to the ornament on her tree as if it might explode at any moment. At the Pemberton residence in Kensington, they found the banker Edmund Pemberton in a state of barely controlled panic. His bauble hung on his tree, his letter sat on his desk, and the suggestion contained within that certain loans to certain gentlemen might not meet the strict standards of banking propriety had clearly struck a nerve. "Ruin," he whispered to Holmes, his face ashen. "If this becomes public, it means ruin. Not just for me, but for my partners, my clients, everyone who has trusted Pemberton and Sons for 3 generations. 3 families, 3 ornaments, 3 secrets, each wrapped in blue glass and silver thread. As they rode back toward Baker Street in the gathering dusk, Watson turned to his companion. "This is systematic," he said. "Someone has researched these people, discovered their vulnerabilities, and is using these ornaments as, what? Calling cards? Warnings?" As a delivery system, Holmes corrected, his eyes focused on something Watson couldn't see. The ornaments are beautiful objects that no one would refuse, that would be proudly displayed where visitors could see them, status symbols that carry poison at their heart. He was quiet for a moment, watching London slide past the cab window, the lamplighters beginning their evening rounds, the shops closing their shutters, the great city preparing for another winter night. The question that troubles me, Watson, is scale. If our mysterious blackmailer sent 3 ornaments, how many more are already in circulation? How many other families are waking to threatening letters this morning? And why destroy Madame Hartwell's remaining stock? Watson had no answer. Outside, the first snowflakes of evening began to fall, catching the gaslight like tiny blue baubles themselves, innocent and beautiful and carrying secrets in their frozen hearts. The workshop at Baker Street in the small hours of morning was a place of focused quietude, broken only by the occasional clink of glass against glass and the soft hiss of the gas lamp turned low. Sherlock Holmes had transformed the sitting room into something between a laboratory and a jeweller's bench, pushing aside the usual clutter of books and pipes to make room for the instruments of his investigation. On the table before him lay the 3 blue baubles borrowed from their respective owners, with promises of utmost care and swift return. In the lamplight they seemed almost alive, their impossible twilight colour shifting and deepening as Holmes moved them beneath his magnifying lens. Beside them sat the fragments from Madame Hartwell's shattered display, arranged in careful groupings according to some taxonomy only Holmes understood. Watson had retired hours ago, his physician's sensibility recognising when his friend had entered that state of intense concentration that could last until dawn or beyond. But sleep had eluded Watson, and now he stood in the doorway of his bedroom wrapped in his dressing gown, watching Holmes work with the fascination of a man observing some rare nocturnal creature in its natural habitat. The detective's long fingers moved with surgical precision, turning one of the baubles slowly beneath a lens of remarkable magnification. His face, illuminated from below by the lamp, was a study in angular concentration, all sharp planes and deep shadows, the features of a predator following a scent that grew stronger with each passing moment. "You should be asleep, Watson," Holmes said without looking up. "Tomorrow promises to be a long day, and you know how you become irritable without proper rest." Watson smiled despite himself. "Pot, calling the kettle black, Holmes? You've been at this for 6 hours. 7, actually, but who's counting?" Holmes set down the lens and sat back, rubbing his eyes with thumb and forefinger in a gesture of rare weariness. "Come, since you're awake, you might as well make yourself useful. Bring your medical eye to this puzzle." Watson crossed the room, grateful for the invitation. He had learned long ago that his value to Holmes lay not in matching the detective's deductive brilliance. No one could do that, but in providing a different perspective, asking the questions that Holmes's racing mind sometimes leapt over in its hurry to reach conclusions. "What am I looking at?" Watson asked, settling into the chair opposite. Holmes handed him the magnifying lens and indicated one of the baubles. "The crown, where the silver filigree meets the glass. Tell me what you see." Watson adjusted the lens, bringing the ornament into sharp focus. The craftsmanship was even more impressive under magnification. The silver work was extraordinarily delicate, each tiny curl and spiral executed with perfect precision. Where it met the glass, the join was nearly invisible, the metal seeming to grow organically from the coloured surface like frost forming on a window pane. "Remarkable work," Watson murmured. "The attention to detail is extraordinary. I can't see any solar marks, any evidence of—" He stopped, his eye catching something that didn't quite fit. "There," he said, his finger hovering just above the bauble's surface. "At the base of the filigree, is that a seam?" Holmes's smile was the smile of a teacher whose student had just grasped a difficult concept. "Precisely, my dear Watson. A seam, barely visible to the naked eye, utterly invisible unless one knows to look for it. But it's there, on all 3 baubles, and do you know what that suggests?" Watson studied the line more closely. It ran horizontally around the top of the bauble, just below where the silver filigree crowned the glass. The more he looked, the more deliberate it seemed. Not a flaw in the manufacturing, but a feature. "It opens," he said slowly. "The crown is separate from the body of the ornament. It unscrews or lifts or—" "Precisely." Holmes took the bauble back with the gentleness of a man handling a bird's egg. His fingers found purchase on the silver filigree, and with a careful twisting motion, the crown began to turn. There was a soft click, barely audible, and then the top portion of the ornament separated from the base, connected only by the white silk ribbon that ran through both parts. Inside, the bauble was hollow. Watson leaned closer, his breath catching. The interior had been coated with the same blue glass as the exterior, creating a tiny chamber that glowed like a fragment of captured sky. And there, nestled against the curved wall, was something that made Watson's heart quicken. A scroll of paper, rolled so tightly it was no thicker than a matchstick. Holmes extracted it with tweezers borrowed from Watson's medical bag, handling the tiny document as if it were made of spider silk. He carefully unrolled it on a clean white cloth, weighing down the corners with small glass beads to prevent it from curling. The paper was expensive, high-quality vellum that had been cut into a strip perhaps 3 inches long and half an inch wide. The writing on it was minuscule, requiring the magnifying lens to read, executed in a careful copperplate hand that suggested education and patience in equal measure. Watson read the text and felt a chill that had nothing to do with the December cold seeping through the windows. It was a list. Names, dates, amounts, financial transactions laid out with accounting precision, and at the bottom, in slightly larger script, a single sentence. The Eastern Railway vote. Tuesday, December 23rd. We expect your cooperation. The blackmail instructions, Watson breathed, hidden inside the ornament itself. Instructions, evidence, and threat, all in one elegant package. Holmes had already opened the second bauble, extracting another tiny scroll. Brilliant, really. The ornaments are so beautiful that they naturally draw the eye. Everyone who visits these homes will notice them, will remark upon them, but only the intended recipient receives the message inside. It's invisible communication, Watson, a coded delivery system hiding in plain sight. He opened the third bauble, found a third scroll, laid it beside the others. Each contained different information, different evidence of indiscretion, different instructions. But the handwriting was the same, the paper identical, the method perfectly consistent. Watson sat back, his mind racing. But how did the blackmailer know these secrets? How did they gather this level of detailed information about people who guard their privacy so carefully? Ah, Watson, now you're asking the right questions. Holmes began pacing, his dressing gown billowing behind him like the wings of some great bird. The sitting room seemed too small to contain his energy, his excitement. This was Holmes in his element, a puzzle of sufficient complexity to engage that formidable intellect. Consider the nature of the secrets, he continued. They're not surface scandals. These aren't rumours or gossip, they're facts, Watson. Specific transactions, dates, names. Someone has access to private documents, financial records, shipping manifests, banking ledgers. Someone is either positioned to see these documents directly or has recruited sources who are. A clerk, Watson suggested. Someone in a position of trust who betrayed it. Possibly. Or someone with the resources to purchase such information from multiple sources. But that suggests organisation, Watson. Capital. This isn't the work of a single disgruntled clerk seeking revenge. This is systematic. Professional. Holmes stopped his pacing, his eyes focusing on the baubles with an intensity that was almost frightening. And the craftsmanship. These ornaments required a master glassworker, someone with decades of experience, the kind of skill that can't be purchased cheaply or acquired quickly. He crossed to his desk, pulled out a map of London, and spread it across the remaining clear space on the table. His finger traced routes through the city, tapping at certain locations. Madame Hartwell purchased her baubles from someone. She's a retailer, not a manufacturer, so somewhere in London there's a workshop where these were made. The kind of establishment that specialises in fine glasswork, probably in one of the traditional craft districts, Clerkenwell perhaps, or Whitechapel where the immigrant artisans cluster. Watson nodded slowly, following the logic. You want to find the craftsman. I want to find the man who made these impossible things, because craftsmen, Watson, take pride in their work. They remember their commissions, they keep records, and they talk, especially when properly motivated. Holmes began gathering the baubles, wrapping each one carefully in soft cloth. We'll start at first light. There are perhaps a dozen workshops in London capable of this level of work. We'll visit each one until we find our artist. And if he won't talk, Holmes's smile was thin. Everyone talks eventually, Watson. It's simply a matter of finding the right question. Dawn came slowly to London, as if the sun itself needed time to gather courage before facing another December day. The fog that had settled overnight refused to lift, instead thickening into a grey soup that turned the city into a place of muffled sounds and uncertain shapes. Gas lamps still burned at 9 in the morning, their light creating halos of amber warmth that did little to penetrate the gloom. Holmes and Watson set out on foot, Holmes having declared that hansom cabs were too conspicuous for the kind of investigation they were about to undertake. Watson, who had wrapped himself in his heaviest coat and still felt the cold seeping through to his bones, thought privately that freezing to death was equally conspicuous, but he kept this observation to himself. Their first stop was a workshop in Clerkenwell, a district that had been home to craftsmen and artisans since medieval times. The streets here were narrow and winding, having been laid out long before anyone thought to impose order on London's growth. The buildings leaned toward each other like gossiping neighbours, their upper stories nearly touching across the street, creating tunnels of shadow that the winter sun never quite penetrated. The workshop was announced by a hanging sign so old its paint had nearly faded to nothing. Inside, an elderly Italian man with hands gnarled by decades of heat and delicate work looked at the bauble Holmes presented and shook his head with something like sadness. "Not mine," he said, his accent thick but his English clear. "I wish it were. This is work of the old school, yes? The kind we did when I was young, before everything became about speed, about making many instead of making perfect. But no. The technique, it is familiar, but the hand is not mine." He directed them to another workshop, 3 streets over, where a German master worked with his 2 sons. That craftsman examined the bauble with a jeweller's loupe and whistled softly through his teeth. "Whoever made this, they trained in Bohemia. You see here, the way the silver is worked. That's the old Bohemian style from before the factories took over. There's maybe half a dozen men in London who could do this. You want to talk to Novak? Tomasz Novak. Has a little place off Brick Lane. Czech fellow, been here maybe 20 years. Does work for the high-end shops, the ones that cater to people who know quality." And so they found themselves in Whitechapel, in a part of London that was as different from Mayfair as night from day. The streets here were crowded with immigrants, the air filled with half a dozen languages, the shop signs written in scripts Watson couldn't read. This was where London's newcomers clustered, bringing their skills and their hopes and their desperate need for work to a city that didn't always welcome them, but usually found a use for their talents. Novak's workshop was tucked down an alley so narrow that Watson and Holmes had to walk single file to reach it. The building was ancient, listing slightly to one side as if considering whether to finally give up and collapse, but the windows, small and thick with age, were spotlessly clean, and through them Watson could see the warm glow of a furnace. Holmes knocked, and after a moment the door opened. Tomasz Novak was a man in his 50s, with the broad shoulders and powerful forearms of someone who had spent his life working with tools and heat. His face was weathered, lined deeply around the eyes from years of squinting at delicate work. But his hands, when Holmes shook them, were steady and strong, the hands of a master craftsman who had lost none of his skill to age. "Mr. Novak," Holmes said, "my name is Sherlock Holmes. This is my colleague, Dr. Watson. We're investigating a matter involving some rather remarkable blue glass ornaments, and we were told you might be able to help us." Novak's expression, which had been welcoming if cautious, shifted. Something passed across his face too quickly for Watson to identify. Surprise, perhaps, or recognition, or fear. But when he spoke, his voice was steady. "You'd better come in," he said, "and close the door behind you. The heat escapes quickly and fuel costs money." The workshop interior was a cave of warmth and light. The furnace dominated one wall, its mouth glowing orange-red, radiating heat that made Watson's frozen fingers tingle painfully as feeling returned. Workbenches lined the other walls, covered with tools whose purposes Watson could only guess at. Vices and clamps, metal rods of various lengths, pots of coloured glass in every shade imaginable. And hanging from hooks in the ceiling, like captured stars, were glass ornaments in various stages of completion. None of them were blue. Novak moved to one of the workbenches, his movements deliberate, and Watson noticed that his hands were trembling slightly. The craftsman picked up a half-finished ornament, put it down, picked up a tool, set it aside. The gestures of a man buying time to think. "The blue baubles," Holmes said softly. "You made them. probably 6 months ago, perhaps longer. A commission from someone who paid well and asked questions about your discretion." Novak turned, and in the furnace light his face looked older, more worn. "How did you find me?" "Your work is distinctive. The silver filigree technique is bohemian old school. There are perhaps 5 craftsmen in London with your skill level, and you're the only one who works in Whitechapel." Holmes pulled one of the baubles from his pocket, unwrapped it carefully. "This is masterwork, Mr. Novak, the kind of piece that a craftsman remembers. So I'll ask you directly, who commissioned these, and how many did you make?" The silence stretched between them, broken only by the furnace's steady roar. Novak stared at the bauble as if it might bite him, and when he finally spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper. 2 dozen, he said. "I made 2 dozen of them, and the man who commissioned them, he paid me 3 times my usual rate, but he also made it very clear that if I spoke of this work to anyone, the consequences would be severe." "Threats?" Watson asked, his hand instinctively moving toward his coat pocket where he kept his service revolver. "Not in so many words, but the implication was clear enough." Novak crossed to a cabinet, unlocked it with a key he wore on a chain around his neck, and withdrew a leather journal. He opened it to a page marked with a red ribbon, turned it so Holmes could see. The entry was dated 6 months prior. It showed a commission for 24 blue glass baubles with silver filigree crowns, each one designed to open via a concealed mechanism. The price listed made Watson's eyebrows rise. It was more than most craftsmen earned in half a year, and at the bottom of the page, a name. Or rather, not a name, just a designation. Mr. Sterling. No address provided, payment in cash. "He came 3 times, Novak said, his voice gaining strength as he spoke, as if confession brought its own relief. "First time to commission the work and show me exactly what he wanted. Drawings, specifications, everything precise. He knew what he was asking for, understood the technical challenges. Second time to check my progress, to make certain I was following his design exactly. Third time to collect the finished pieces and pay the remainder of his bill." "Can you describe him?" Holmes asked, his pencil already out, poised over his notebook. "Tall, well-dressed, expensive coat and gloves. Always wore a hat pulled low, scarf wrapped high. I never saw his face clearly, not once. He made certain of that." Novak paused, his brow furrowing with concentration. But his voice, educated, upper class definitely, and his hands, when he handled my drawings, soft. Not a labourer's hands, someone who'd never done hard physical work. Age? Hard to say without seeing his face. From his movements, maybe 40 to 60. Not young, not elderly. Holmes wrote this down, though Watson could see the frustration in the set of his shoulders. The description could fit half the gentlemen in London. "And the design itself," Holmes continued. "The hidden chamber, the mechanism for opening. Was that his idea or yours?" "His. Entirely his. He came with complete specifications. I just executed them." Novak's expression turned troubled. "I knew it was for something not quite right. You don't hide chambers in ornaments unless you want to hide something. But the money was good and I have a family to feed, Mr. Holmes. My youngest daughter, she has a crooked spine, needs a doctor, special care. The money from this commission paid for 6 months of treatment." Watson felt a pang of sympathy for the craftsman, caught between need and conscience. It was a familiar story in this part of London, where survival often meant making compromises with one's principles. Holmes's expression softened slightly. "I understand, Mr. Novak. You're not in trouble. We're investigating the use of these ornaments, not their creation. But I need to know, did Mr. Sterling take all 24 when he collected them?" "Yes, all of them. Packed them himself in a wooden crate with straw, very careful, very precise. Carried them away in a hired wagon." Novak hesitated, then added, "There was one other thing. Maybe nothing, but yes. When he was packing the baubles, one of them rolled off the workbench, would have shattered on the floor. I caught it just in time, and he flinched, like the sound of breaking glass physically hurt him, and he said something under his breath. I couldn't make it all out, but I heard the word, again. As if broken glass meant something to him, something personal." Holmes went very still, his eyes focusing on something Watson couldn't see. "Broken glass," he murmured. "Again." Then, more sharply, "Mr. Novak, think carefully. When was the last time you saw Mr. Sterling?" "The day he collected the baubles, 6 months ago, Almost exactly. I haven't seen or heard from him since. And in those 6 months, have you had any other unusual commissions? Anyone asking about your ability to create similar pieces? Novak shook his head. No, nothing. It's been regular work since then. Ornaments for shops, custom pieces for private clients, all standard commissions. He looked at Holmes with sudden urgency. Am I in danger, Mr. Holmes? Is my family in danger? I don't believe so. You were simply hired for your skill. But Mr. Novak, if anyone comes asking about this commission, anyone at all, I want you to send word to me immediately. Can you do that? The craftsman nodded, relief evident on his weathered face. Yes, of course. As they left the workshop and stepped back into the cold fog of Whitechapel, Watson turned to his friend. 24 baubles. We've found 3. That means 21 more are out there somewhere in the homes of people we don't know, carrying secrets and threats. Indeed, Holmes replied, his voice distant. And somewhere in London, Mr. Sterling is watching them like a chess player watching his pieces move across a board. He pulled his coat tighter against the cold. Come, Watson. We need to find out if any more threatening letters have been delivered, and we need to discover what these 3 victims have in common besides wealth and secrets. Because there's a pattern here, I'm certain of it. A purpose beyond simple blackmail. What makes you think that? Holmes stopped walking, his breath forming clouds in the frigid air. Because simple blackmail is inefficient, Watson. Our mysterious Mr. Sterling went to enormous trouble and expense to create these ornaments. He researched his victims, gathered detailed evidence, commissioned expensive delivery systems. That suggests either a very particular grievance or a very particular goal. And I suspect that when we discover which, we'll find that the blue baubles are just the beginning of something much larger. They walked on through the fog, 2 figures disappearing into the grey uncertainty of a London afternoon, while somewhere in the city, 21 more blue baubles hung on 21 more Christmas trees, each one holding secrets that glittered like glass in the winter light. The fog had thickened by the time Holmes and Watson returned to Baker Street, turning the familiar street into something from a fever dream. The gas lamps burned like distant moons, their light struggling to penetrate the grey shroud that had settled over London like a burial cloth. Inside 221B, however, warmth and light awaited them, courtesy of Mrs. Hudson, who had kept the fire burning and left a pot of strong tea on the hob. Holmes shed his coat and went immediately to the table, which had become the nerve centre of his investigation. The map of London lay spread across its surface, now marked with pins and coloured thread connecting various locations. Red for the victims' residences, blue for Novak's workshop, black for Madame Hartwell's destroyed shop, and scattered around the map, like satellites orbiting a planet, were Holmes's notes, pages covered in his distinctive angular handwriting, observations and deductions that would have seemed like random fragments to anyone else, but formed a coherent narrative in his extraordinary mind. Watson poured them both tea, adding a generous measure of honey to his own cup. His fingers were still numb from their trek through Whitechapel, and the hot ceramic felt like a benediction against his cold palms. He watched as Holmes began adding new information to his system, pinning small cards to the map, drawing new connections with his thread. 3 victims, Holmes murmured, more to himself than to Watson. Whitmore, the MP, Lady Ashford, the shipping widow, Pemberton, the banker, 24 baubles commissioned, 3 delivered and discovered, 21 unaccounted for. He stepped back from the map, his eyes scanning the pattern of threads as if reading some arcane text. The question is not just who else has received baubles, but why these particular people? What connects them beyond wealth and social standing? Perhaps nothing, Watson suggested, settling into his chair with his tea. Perhaps the blackmailer simply chose targets at random from among London's elite. No, Watson, nothing about this is random. Holmes pulled a slim file from beneath a stack of newspapers. He had been collecting information all morning while Watson had been attempting, unsuccessfully, to sleep. I sent telegrams to my brother Mycroft before we left this morning. He has access to certain government records that proved illuminating. Watson knew better than to ask how Mycroft Holmes, who claimed to hold some minor position in the British government, had access to private information about members of Parliament, shipping magnates, and banking families. The elder Holmes brother moved in circles that Watson preferred not to contemplate too deeply. And, he prompted, and there is a connection, a financial one, though it took Mycroft's particular resources to uncover it. Holmes opened the file, spreading several documents across the table. The Eastern Railway Bill that comes to vote on Tuesday. It seems straightforward on the surface. Authorisation to extend railway lines into the eastern counties, development rights, land acquisitions. But beneath that surface there's a web of financial interest that would make a spider weep with envy. He pointed to the first document. Charles Whitmore, our MP, sits on the parliamentary committee that will vote on the bill. His vote is crucial because he's positioned himself as an independent voice, someone not beholden to either the railway interests or the agricultural concerns that oppose them. Where he goes, 3 other swing votes will likely follow. The second document. Lady Ashford's late husband owned controlling interest in several shipping companies that would benefit enormously from improved rail connections to eastern ports. She inherited those interests, and while she doesn't manage them directly, her support or opposition could influence other shipping families. The third document. Pemberton's bank has invested heavily in both railway bonds and the land that would be required for the expansion. He's positioned to profit regardless of which way the vote goes, but certain outcomes would be considerably more profitable than others. Watson set down his tea, his mind beginning to grasp the implications. So the blackmailer isn't just extorting random wealthy people, he's targeting specific individuals who have influence over this railway bill. Precisely. And consider the timing, Watson. The baubles were commissioned 6 months ago. The vote is scheduled for December 23rd, 3 days hence. That's not coincidence. That's planning. Holmes began pacing, his energy building as the pattern became clearer. Our Mr. Sterling has spent half a year positioning his pieces, 6 months to research his victims, gather evidence of their indiscretions, create the delivery system, and then strike at precisely the moment when his leverage would be most valuable. But to what end? What does he gain from influencing a railway vote? That, my dear Watson, is the question that will unravel this entire affair. Holmes stopped his pacing, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. Someone stands to gain or lose a fortune based on this vote. Someone with the resources to commission expensive blackmail devices, the intelligence to research multiple victims thoroughly, and the patience to execute a plan months in the making. A knock at the door interrupted them. Mrs. Hudson entered with her usual mixture of disapproval and maternal concern, carrying a silver salver with several envelopes. "These just arrived by special messenger, Mr. Holmes." The boy said they were urgent. Holmes took the envelopes, examining each one before opening them in order. The first brought a slight smile to his lips. The second made him frown. The third caused him to swear softly under his breath, an unusual enough occurrence that Watson sat forward in alarm. "What is it?" "3 more victims have come forward." Holmes handed Watson the letters. "All received blue baubles, all received threatening letters this morning. And Watson, all 3 have connections to the Eastern Railway Bill." Watson read quickly. A journalist who had been writing favourably about the railway expansion, now threatened with exposure of plagiarism in his earlier work. A landowner whose property rights were central to the route debate, facing revelation of irregularities in his title deeds. A solicitor who had been advising multiple parties on the legal aspects of the bill, now confronted with evidence of conflict of interest. 6 victims, Watson said slowly. 6 baubles. That's still only a quarter of what was created. Indeed, which suggests either that 18 more victims have yet to come forward, or that our blackmailer is holding those baubles in reserve. Holmes crossed to the window, staring out at the fog-shrouded street. But this confirms the pattern. Everyone touched by these ornaments has some connection to the railway vote. The question is, does Sterling want the bill to pass, or does he want it to fail? Surely that depends on what he demands of each victim. One would think so, but blackmail is a blunt instrument, Watson. You can force someone to act, but you can't always control how they act. Push too hard, and people become unpredictable. They might confess publicly rather than submit to threats. They might take their own lives. They might go to the police. He turned back to the room, and Watson saw something new in his friend's expression. Not just interest, but a kind of grudging respect. No, whoever Sterling is, he's too sophisticated for simple coercion. There's another layer to this. There must be. By evening, the sitting room at Baker Street had become something between a war room and a gentleman's club. At Holmes's invitation, 5 of the 6 blackmail victims had agreed to meet together, drawn by the detective's promise that collective action might be their best defence. Only the journalist had declined, sending word that he was considering his options independently. which Holmes interpreted as meaning he was probably already negotiating with Sterling. The gathering was an unlikely assembly. Charles Whitmore, the MP, sat stiffly in the chair by the fire, his political bearing making him seem like he was presiding over a parliamentary session rather than discussing his own potential ruin. Lady Ashford occupied the settee with the regal presence of someone accustomed to commanding rooms simply by entering them. Pemberton perched nervously on the edge of his seat, his banker's mind clearly calculating odds and outcomes. The landowner, Sir Geoffrey Blackwood, stood by the window with a glass of whisky that Holmes had provided, staring out at nothing. And the solicitor, Mr. Harold Pettigrew, kept checking his pocket watch, as if hoping this entire evening might somehow prove to be a scheduling error. Mrs. Hudson had outdone herself, providing not just tea but a light supper, sandwiches and cake, arranged with the kind of domestic elegance that made even a blackmail victim support group feel oddly civilized. She had also, Watson noted with amusement, positioned herself within earshot in the hallway, her curiosity evidently overcoming her usual discretion. Holmes stood before the fireplace, his shadow stretching across the ceiling like some vast bird of prey. He had spent the last 20 minutes explaining what he had discovered, the connection to the railway bill, the systematic nature of the blackmail, the craftsmanship behind the baubles themselves. Now he waited, letting the information settle, watching his audience with those sharp grey eyes that missed nothing. "So we're all pawns in some larger game," Sir Geoffrey said finally, his country accent at odds with his expensive London tailoring. "That's what you're telling us, Mr. Holmes, that someone is using us to manipulate a parliamentary vote worth millions of pounds." "Not pawns, Sir Geoffrey, more like chess pieces, each with your own particular move pattern, each positioned where you can affect the outcome in specific ways." Holmes pulled out the map he had been working on, now even more complex with additional pins and threads. "Consider the geometry of influence. Mr. Whitmore, your vote is crucial, but your vote alone isn't enough. You need allies, supporters, people who will stand with you regardless of which way you choose. Lady Ashford, your social connections and business interests give you influence over at least a dozen shipping and commercial families. Mr. Pemberton, your bank's involvement creates financial pressure that affects how other investors and financiers view the project. Sir Geoffrey, your land is literally the ground upon which this entire debate is built. And Mr. Pettigrew, your legal advice has been shaping how all the major parties understand their rights and obligations." He paused, letting this sink in. "You're not random victims, you're a network, and someone has mapped that network with extraordinary precision, then positioned themselves to control it through blackmail. But to what end?" Lady Ashford's voice was sharp, aristocratic, used to demanding answers and receiving them. "Does this sterling creature want the bill to pass or fail?" "That's what troubles me," Holmes admitted. "The instructions in your hidden messages seem contradictory. Mr. Whitmore is being pressured to vote in favour, but Sir Geoffrey is being asked to make public statements against the expansion. Mr. Pettigrew, your blackmailer, wants you to advise your clients that the legal ground is shakier than it actually is, and Lady Ashford, you're being asked to remain neutral, to refuse to throw your considerable weight behind either side." Watson, who had been following this with increasing confusion, spoke up. "That doesn't make sense. If Sterling wants the bill to pass, why tell some people to oppose it? And if he wants it to fail, why pressure Whitmore to vote in favour?" "Exactly, Watson. Unless—" Holmes went very still, his eyes unfocusing slightly in that way they did when his mind was racing through possibilities faster than speech could follow. "Unless the goal isn't to make the bill pass or fail. Unless the goal is to make the outcome uncertain." The room fell silent except for the crackle of the fire and the distant sounds of Baker Street settling into evening. "Chaos," Pemberton said softly, his banker's mind grasping the implication. "He wants chaos. Uncertainty. If the vote is close, if it could go either way, if no one knows which way it will fall until the final moment. Then the financial markets react," Holmes finished. "Railway stocks fluctuate wildly. Land values become unstable. Investors panic or speculate. And someone positioned correctly, someone who knew in advance that this chaos was coming, could make an enormous profit simply by betting on volatility rather than on any particular outcome." Lady Ashford set down her teacup with enough force to make it rattle in its saucer. "Are you suggesting that this entire elaborate scheme, the blackmail, the threats, the risk of ruining 6 separate families, is simply so someone can gamble on railway stocks?" Not simply gambling, Lady Ashford. Strategic. Manipulation of an entire market. It's brilliant in its way. Traditional stock manipulation requires controlling information or cornering markets, but this is manipulating the manipulators. By controlling you, Sterling controls the factors that everyone else is trying to predict. He doesn't need insider information about the vote if he's the one determining how uncertain the vote will be. Sir Geoffrey drained his whiskey and reached for the decanter to pour another. So what do we do? If we all refuse to cooperate, if we stand together and tell Sterling to go hang himself, does that stop his plan? Possibly, Holmes said. But it also means some or all of your secrets become public. Are you all prepared for that consequence? The silence that followed was heavy with unspoken calculations. Watson could almost see the mental arithmetic each person was doing, weighing reputation against conscience, family against fortune, the cost of exposure against the cost of compliance. It was Whitmore who spoke first, his politician's voice steady despite the circumstances. I've been in public life for 20 years, Mr. Holmes. I've made compromises, as we all must. The relationship with the Crimson Trading Company that Sterling is threatening to expose is not illegal, but it would be embarrassing. It would raise questions about my judgment. It might cost me my seat at the next election. He stood, squaring his shoulders as if preparing to address Parliament. But I'll be damned if I let some anonymous blackmailer dictate how I vote. If my constituents want to turn me out for poor judgment, that's their right. But I won't give up my agency, my voice, my vote to a criminal hiding behind blue glass and pretty threats. One by one, the others nodded. Even Pemberton, whose face had been ashen all evening, managed a weak but determined agreement. Then we have a plan, Holmes said, and something in his voice made Watson look up sharply. His friend was smiling, but it was the smile of a hunter who had just spotted his quarry. You all go home. You do not comply with Sterling's demands. You vote your conscience, you maintain your positions, you act as if these baubles and their threats don't exist, and you wait. Wait for what? Pettigrew asked. For Sterling to react. Because he will react, gentlemen, Lady Ashford. He's invested too much in this scheme to simply accept defeat. When 6 of his carefully chosen targets all refuse to cooperate simultaneously, he'll know they've coordinated. He'll know they've consulted someone, and he'll come looking for whoever gave them the courage to resist. Watson felt his hand instinctively move toward his coat pocket, where his revolver rested. You're using them as bait, using yourself as bait. I prefer to think of it as invitation, Watson. I'm inviting Mr. Sterling to reveal himself, because somewhere in this city he's watching his chess pieces refuse to move as planned, and when a plan this elaborate starts to unravel, people make mistakes, they get desperate, they get sloppy. Holmes turned back to his assembled clients. I need you all to do one more thing. Keep the baubles on display. Don't hide them, don't destroy them. I want Sterling to see that you're not afraid of his pretty threats. I want him to know his weapons have been diffused. And if he escalates, Lady Ashford asked, if he makes good on his threats simply out of spite, then we deal with that when it happens. But I don't think he will. There's no profit in it, and this entire scheme is about profit. Holmes's expression softened slightly. I understand the risk I'm asking you to take, but I believe that standing together, you're safer than you would be surrendering separately. Sterling's power lies in isolation, in making each of you feel alone with your secret shame. Take that away, and he's just another criminal with evidence he can't use without exposing his own crimes. Slowly, reluctantly, but with growing determination they agreed. The meeting broke up shortly after, the various victims departing into the fog-shrouded evening with considerably more resolve than they'd arrived with. Watson watched them go from the window, then turned to Holmes. You're certain Sterling will come? As certain as I can be about anything involving human behaviour, which is to say moderately certain with significant room for error. Holmes was already back at his map, studying it with renewed intensity. But Watson, there's something else bothering me. Something I haven't mentioned to our clients because I'm not certain yet what it means. What? The destroyed baubles at Madame Hartwell's shop. We've been so focused on the blackmail aspect that we haven't fully considered that incident. Why destroy the remaining baubles? If Sterling made 24 and has only used 6, why eliminate his remaining inventory? Watson considered this. Perhaps he was afraid they'd be traced back to him. Perhaps he heard we were investigating. Possibly, but the timing is wrong. Madame Hartwell's baubles were destroyed the day after the first 3 blackmail letters were delivered, before any of the victims had even thought about consulting a detective. And the method of destruction, not stolen, not taken away, but smashed in place dramatically, publicly. Holmes's finger traced invisible patterns in the air. It feels personal, Watson. Emotional. Novak mentioned that Sterling flinched at the sound of breaking glass, as if it hurt him. What if destroying those baubles wasn't about covering tracks? What if it was about something else entirely? But what? I don't know yet. But it's another thread in this tapestry, and I suspect when we pull it, the whole thing might unravel in unexpected ways. Holmes glanced at the clock on the mantelpiece. It's nearly midnight. The railway vote is in 3 days. Sterling will make his move soon. We should get some rest while we can. But Watson noticed that Holmes made no move toward his bedroom. Instead, he settled into his chair by the fire, his eyes fixed on the dying flames, his mind clearly racing through scenarios and possibilities. And Watson, knowing his friend's habits too well to argue, simply fetched a blanket from his room and draped it over Holmes's shoulders before retiring himself. Outside, the fog pressed against the windows of 221B Baker Street like something alive, while somewhere in the grey vastness of London, a man called Sterling received news that his carefully laid plans had encountered an unexpected obstacle, and in the silence of that winter night, the blue baubles hanging in 6 different homes caught the firelight and lamplight of their respective rooms, glowing softly like promises or threats, beautiful and hollow and full of secrets that would no longer be kept. The game, as Holmes would have said, was well and truly afoot. The morning of December 21st arrived with a transformation that seemed almost theatrical in its timing. The fog that had gripped London for days had lifted overnight, blown away by a sharp wind from the north that brought with it the scent of clean cold and the promise of snow. The sky was a pale, brittle blue, the colour of ice on a winter pond, and the sunlight that streamed through the windows of Baker Street had a crystalline quality that made everything seem sharper, more defined, as if the world had been brought into sudden focus. Watson woke to find Holmes already up and dressed, standing at the window with a cup of coffee growing cold in his hand. The detective hadn't moved to his bedroom at all, Watson realised. He'd spent the entire night in his chair, and the fire had burned down to ashes that no one had bothered to revive. The room was cold enough that Watson could see his breath, but Holmes seemed not to notice, his attention fixed on something in the street below. "He's been there since 5 this morning," Holmes said without turning. "The boy with the newspapers. Only he's not selling papers. He's watching our door." Watson joined him at the window, peering down into Baker Street. Sure enough, there was a young man, perhaps 16 or 17, standing at the corner with a stack of newspapers under his arm, but his eyes kept drifting to 221B, and he made no effort to call out his wares to the early morning pedestrians hurrying past. "One of your irregulars?" Watson asked, referring to the network of street children Holmes occasionally employed for surveillance work. "No, I don't recognise him," which means he's either new to the game or he's been hired by someone with enough sense not to use their usual resources. Holmes set down his coffee cup with a soft clink. "Sterling is watching us, Watson. He knows his victims met here yesterday. He knows they've coordinated, and now he wants to know what we're planning next. Should we confront him? Not yet. Let him watch. Let him report back that we're doing precisely what one would expect, investigating, gathering information, acting as detectives do. I'd rather he think we're predictable." Holmes turned from the window, and Watson saw the telltale signs of a long night's contemplation written on his friend's angular features. The slight tension around the eyes, the way he held his shoulders, the almost imperceptible tremor in his hands that came from too much coffee and too little sleep. "But we need to be careful, Watson. Sterling has proven himself to be resourceful, patient and thorough. Those are not qualities that suggest a man who gives up easily." Mrs. Hudson arrived with breakfast, kippers and toast and more coffee, and Holmes actually ate, which Watson took as a positive sign. They reviewed their notes over the meal, laying out what they knew in systematic fashion. 24 baubles, 6 victims confirmed, all connected to the Eastern Railway bill. A craftsman named Novak who could identify Sterling only by his expensive clothes and careful anonymity. And now surveillance suggesting that Sterling was aware of their investigation and tracking their movements. It was almost 9 o'clock when the telegram arrived, delivered by a breathless messenger boy who had clearly been paid extra to ensure speed. Holmes read it, his expression shifting from interest to something harder, more focused. "Lestrade," he said, handing the telegram to Watson. "There's been an incident at Madame Hartwell's shop. He wants us there immediately." The West End looked different in the clear morning light. The Christmas markets that had seemed magical in the evening fog now appeared more prosaic, revealed as the commercial enterprises they truly were. Wooden stalls that had glowed mysteriously in the gaslight showed themselves to be cheaply constructed, their paint fading, their goods arranged with more enthusiasm than taste. The vendors, who had seemed like characters from a fairy tale, were simply tired men and women trying to make their living, their faces lined with the particular exhaustion that came from standing in the cold for hours while smiling at customers who might or might not buy. But Madame Hartwell's shop remained impressive even in daylight. The structure itself was solid, well maintained, and the window display, now repaired after the mysterious destruction, showed new ornaments arranged with professional care. Lestrade stood outside the door, his face pinched not with cold, but with the particular irritation of a man whose job had just become considerably more complicated. "Holmes, Dr. Watson, thank you for coming so quickly," he gestured toward the shop. "We have a situation. Madame Hartwell arrived this morning to find someone had broken in during the night, nothing stolen, mind you. But her entire inventory of new ornaments, she'd commissioned replacements for the destroyed blue baubles, smashed to pieces, and there was a message. They followed him inside. The shop in daylight was less magical but more detailed, every surface visible, every corner exposed. The new destruction was concentrated in one area, a workbench in the back where Madame Hartwell had been preparing her new stock. Shattered glass covered the surface like a carpet of crystalline tears, catching the sunlight in 1,000 tiny rainbows. But it was the wall above the bench that drew Holmes's attention. Someone had written a message in what appeared to be paint. Or no, Watson realised with a chill, it was ground glass mixed with something adhesive, creating letters that glittered with menace. "The blue glass is mine. No replacements, no substitutes." "Territorial," Holmes murmured, moving closer to examine the message. "Possessive. This isn't about preventing investigation. This is about ownership. Control." He turned to where Madame Hartwell sat in a chair by the window, wrapped in a shawl despite the shop's warmth, her face pale but composed. "Madame, you're unharmed." "Physically, yes. But Mr. Holmes, this is the second time someone has destroyed my property. My livelihood depends on these ornaments, on my reputation for quality and exclusivity. If word spreads that my shop is being targeted, that purchasing from me invites this kind of attention—" She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. Holmes knelt beside her chair, his voice gentler than Watson had heard it in days. "I understand, and I believe I'm close to resolving this matter, but I need to ask you some questions, and I need you to think very carefully before answering. The man who came to your shop the evening you fainted, you said he asked about who commissioned the blue baubles. What exactly did he want to know?" Madame Hartwell's hand went to her throat, fingers worrying at her cameo brooch. "He asked if I knew who had made them, if I had the craftsman's name, his location. He seemed obsessed with knowing the source, as if it mattered terribly to him." "And you told him?" "That I purchased them from a distributor, which is true. I never dealt directly with Mr. Novak. There's a middleman who supplies me with specialty pieces from various craftsmen. I gave the stranger that man's name and address, thinking it would satisfy him, but instead he became agitated, angry even. That's when I began to feel dizzy, when everything started to go strange." Holmes exchanged a glance with Watson. "This distributor, does he still have his shop?" I don't know. I haven't contacted him since that evening. Should I?" But Holmes was already standing, his energy suddenly crackling through the room like electricity. "Lestrade, I need the address. Watson, we're going. Now." The distributor's shop was in Clerkenwell, not far from where they'd spoken to the German glassmaker days earlier. It occupied the ground floor of a narrow building squeezed between a printer's shop and a tobacconist, the kind of place that dealt in wholesale goods for retailers, rather than selling directly to the public. A small sign above the door read, "Grimsby and Sons, Fine Goods Procurement," in lettering that had faded to the point of near invisibility. The door was locked. Holmes knocked, waited, knocked again. No response came from within. But when Watson pressed his face to the window, peering past displays of sample wares, he saw something that made his stomach clench. "Holmes! The back room. I think I see someone on the floor." Holmes didn't hesitate. He produced his lockpicks from an inner pocket. Watson had long since stopped asking why his friend routinely carried burglary tools, and within moments had the lock defeated. They entered, calling out, receiving only silence in response. The shop smelled of dust and old paper and something else, something chemical that Watson's medical training immediately identified as chloroform. They found him in the back office, slumped over his desk, breathing but unconscious. An elderly man, perhaps 70, with ink-stained fingers and the slightly dusty appearance of someone who spent his life among ledgers and inventories. Watson immediately checked his vital signs while Holmes examined the office with rapid, systematic efficiency. The pulse was steady, breathing regular. The man had been drugged, not injured, though he'd likely wake with a significant headache. Chloroform, Watson confirmed. Recently administered, within the last few hours, I'd say. He'll recover, but we should get him to a hospital. Look at this, Holmes said, and there was something in his voice that made Watson look up from his patient. The office safe stood open, its door swung wide, its contents scattered across the floor. Ledgers, papers, files, all of it dumped out and sorted through with hasty violence. But Holmes wasn't looking at the safe. He was looking at the desk, at a leather-bound book that lay open beside the unconscious distributor's hand. It was a commission register, similar to the one Novak had shown them. Dates, items, craftsmen's names, client information. Holmes flipped through it with careful fingers, stopping at an entry from 6 months prior. There, he said softly. 24 blue glass baubles, commissioned by Tomasz Novak, purchased by... He paused, his finger on the client name. Purchased by a Mr. Edmund Garrett of Highgate, delivery address listed as... Another pause, longer this time, and when Holmes looked up, his expression was unlike any Watson had seen before, a mixture of recognition and disbelief and something that might have been anger or might have been respect for an adversary's cleverness. "What is it?" Watson asked, though part of him already knew the answer wouldn't be simple. "The delivery address is a private residence on Hampstead Heath. I know it, Watson. I've been there before, years ago." Holmes closed the ledger with a soft thump. "And if I'm right about who Edmund Garrett is, then this entire affair has just become considerably more complicated." Before Watson could press for details, footsteps sounded in the shop's front room. Both men tensed, Watson's hand moving to his revolver, Holmes positioning himself between the door and the unconscious distributor. The footsteps approached, hesitant, and then a figure appeared in the doorway. It was a young man, perhaps 25, dressed in working clothes but carrying himself with the careful posture of someone trying to project more confidence than he felt. His face was thin, intelligent, marked with the particular exhaustion of poverty and irregular meals, and his eyes, when they fell on Holmes and Watson, showed not surprise but resignation, as if he'd been expecting to be caught eventually. "Mr. Holmes," he said, his voice carrying an accent that spoke of education fighting against origins. "I wondered when you'd get here, though I'd hoped for a bit more time." Holmes studied him with that unnervingly complete attention that could make grown men confess to crimes they hadn't committed. "And you are?" "Thomas Garrett, Edmund Garrett's son. Or rather, his former son. He disowned me 3 years ago." The young man's smile was bitter. "But I suppose I should still use his name. It's the only thing of his I managed to keep." "And this man?" Holmes gestured to the unconscious distributor. "Grimsby. He'll be fine. I only gave him enough chloroform to keep him quiet while I searched his records. I needed to know if anyone else had been asking about the baubles, you see. Needed to know if my father..." He stopped, seemed to reconsider his words. "If Sterling had been here." Watson felt the pieces shifting, rearranging themselves into a new pattern. "You're Sterling?" "No." The denial was immediate and vehement. "No, that's my father. Or it was. I'm just..." He sagged against the doorframe, and Watson saw that beneath the exhaustion was genuine despair. "I'm just trying to stop him before he ruins more lives, including what's left of mine." Holmes moved with sudden decision, crossing to the young man and taking his arm with surprising gentleness. "Mr. Garrett, I think you'd better tell us everything, from the beginning, and I think we'd better do it somewhere more private than this shop, with Mr. Grimsby receiving proper medical attention. Watson, can you arrange transport to a hospital for him?" "Of course. And you," Holmes said to Thomas Garrett, "are coming with us to Baker Street. You're going to explain exactly what your father is planning, why he's blackmailing half of London's elite, and most importantly, where we can find him before the railway vote destroys whatever it is he thinks he's protecting. The young man nodded, his shoulders slumping further with what might have been relief at finally having someone to share the burden with. I'll tell you everything, though I warn you, Mr. Holmes, my father isn't the man you think he is. He's not doing this for profit. He's doing it for revenge, and revenge, as I'm sure you know, is considerably harder to reason with than greed. By noon, they were back at Baker Street, with Thomas Garrett installed in Watson's chair by the fire, and Mrs. Hudson providing tea that the young man drank with the desperate gratitude of someone who hadn't eaten properly in days. Watson sat opposite, his medical eye cataloguing signs of malnutrition and stress, while Holmes paced the room with barely contained energy. Talk, Holmes said, and it was less an invitation than a command. Thomas Garrett set down his teacup with hands that trembled slightly. My father, Edmund Garrett, was a glassmaker, one of the finest in London, people said. He had a shop in Highgate, a beautiful place where artists and craftsmen from all over Europe would come to study his techniques. He was particularly known for his ornamental work, Christmas baubles, decorative pieces, things of beauty that had no practical purpose except to give joy. He paused, his eyes distant with memory. I grew up in that shop. My mother died when I was young, and it was just father and me and the glass. He taught me everything he knew. The chemistry of different colours, the physics of how glass behaves when heated, the artistry of creating something beautiful from sand and fire. I loved it. I thought I'd inherit the business, carry on his legacy. What changed? Watson asked gently. 3 years ago, there was a fire. Started in the shop's furnace room, spread quickly. We tried to save what we could, but Thomas's voice caught. The heat was intense. Some of the stored glass exploded from the temperature changes. My father was in the workshop when it happened. He was struck by flying glass, lost the sight in his right eye and his hands. The nerve damage meant he could no longer do the delicate work that had made him famous. Holmes had stopped pacing. An accident. That's what the investigation concluded. Faulty furnace, inadequate ventilation, accumulated gas. These things happen in glassworks. But my father didn't believe it. He became convinced that someone had sabotaged the furnace, that competitors, jealous of his success, had arranged the fire to eliminate him from the market. And had they? I don't think so, but you couldn't convince him otherwise. He became obsessed, spent what money we had left trying to investigate, hiring private inquiry agents, accusing various craftsmen and workshop owners of conspiracy. When his accusations went nowhere, when no one would take his claims seriously, he broke. Thomas reached into his coat and withdrew a folded paper, handing it to Holmes. This is the last letter he wrote to me, the day he disowned me. I tried to convince him to let go of his conspiracy theories, to focus on recovering, on finding work he could still do with his limited vision and damaged hands. He called me a traitor, said I'd been bought by his enemies, and he cut me off completely. Holmes read the letter, his expression unreadable. But you've been following his activities. As best I could. He moved from Highgate, sold the shop and our house for a fraction of what they were worth, went somewhere I couldn't find him. But I heard things, street gossip, rumours among the craftsmen's community, that Edmund Garrett was planning something, that he'd commissioned work from Novak, another Czech glassmaker, because father always respected the Bohemian techniques, that he was asking questions about wealthy families, about the railway vote, about who stood to profit or lose. And you realised he was planning to use the baubles for blackmail. I suspected, but I didn't know for certain until I broke into Novak's workshop last week and saw his commission register. 24 baubles, all beautiful, all deadly. And I understood then what father was planning. He was going to use the one skill he had left, his knowledge of glass, his understanding of craftsmanship, his ability to create beautiful things, as a weapon against the world that he felt had destroyed him. Watson leaned forward. But why the railway vote? What does that have to do with his shop burning down? Thomas's laugh was hollow. Everything and nothing. The fire that destroyed our shop. The building was owned by a property company that's one of the major landholders involved in the Eastern Railway expansion. Father convinced himself that they'd arranged the fire to devalue the building so they could acquire the land more cheaply for the railway route. It's nonsense. The route doesn't even go near Highgate, and the timing doesn't match. But once father got an idea in his head, he became fixated, Holmes finished, and the blackmail scheme isn't about profit. It's about disrupting the railway vote as revenge against the company he blames for his ruin. Exactly, By creating chaos around the vote, by making it uncertain and controversial, he damages the company's interests. He also damages the reputation of everyone involved in the debate, because in his mind, they're all part of the conspiracy against him. It's revenge disguised as financial manipulation. He gets to hurt the people he blames while simultaneously proving his own twisted genius. Holmes returned to the window, staring down at the street where the newspaper boy still loitered. "And you've been trying to stop him." "I broke into Grimsby's shop, hoping to find evidence of where father is hiding. I went to Madame Hartwell's the night I drugged her. I'm sorry for that, by the way. But I needed to search her records without interference, looking for any clue about his plans. I even destroyed her new baubles because I was afraid father would use them somehow, that he had more victims lined up." Thomas stood, his voice urgent. "Mr. Holmes, you have to understand. My father isn't evil. He's broken. The fire destroyed more than his shop. It destroyed his identity, his purpose, everything he'd built his life around. This scheme is his way of trying to matter again, to prove he's still someone to be reckoned with. But he's going to ruin innocent people in the process, and I can't let that happen." "No," Holmes said softly, "you can't, and you won't, because you're going to help us stop him. I don't know where he is, that's the truth, he's hidden himself too well. But you know how he thinks. You know his habits, his preferences, the way his mind works." Holmes turned from the window, and his smile was sharp and certain. "And I know something you don't. I know that your father is watching this building right now. That newspaper boy has been replaced twice since this morning, always with someone new, but the position never changes, which means Sterling, your father, is coordinating surveillance, and that means he's close enough to receive reports and send new watchers within the hour." Thomas's eyes widened. "You're going to trap him. We're going to give him exactly what he's been watching for, evidence that we're getting too close, that we've found his son, that the entire scheme is about to unravel." Holmes began moving around the room, that restless energy building to something almost manic. "Watson, send for Lestrade, and send telegrams to all 6 victims. Tell them to come here tonight at 8 o'clock. Make it obvious, make it public. I want everyone in London to know there's a meeting happening at Baker Street tonight." "Holmes, if we're that obvious, then Sterling will have to act. He can't let his victims coordinate openly. He can't let his son reveal everything to the authorities. He'll come, Watson, tonight, and when he does, we'll be waiting." Thomas Garrett looked between them, his face pale. "And if you're wrong, if he doesn't come, then we proceed with alternate plans. But Watson will tell you. I'm rarely wrong about such things." Holmes's expression softened slightly. "Your father wants to be caught, Mr. Garrett. Part of him wants this to end. The man who created beauty his entire life doesn't truly want to destroy it, even if his pain has convinced him otherwise. We're simply going to give him the opportunity to surrender while there's still something of Edmund Garrett worth saving." Outside, the winter sun began its early descent toward the horizon, painting Baker Street in shades of gold and shadow. The newspaper boy at the corner folded up his unsold papers and departed, replaced within minutes by a woman selling flowers who showed no interest in actually selling flowers, her eyes fixed on 221B's door. And somewhere in London, a broken man with damaged hands and a mind full of grief received word that his son had been found, that his scheme was unravelling, that the time for hiding was nearly over. The trap was set. Now they simply had to wait for the wounded glassmaker to walk into it. The evening gathered over Baker Street like a curtain falling on the first act of a play, the winter darkness arriving early and complete. By 7:30, the gas lamps were burning. Along the street, their amber light creating pools of warmth in the December cold. A light snow had begun to fall, the flakes drifting down with the lazy grace of feathers, settling on cobblestones and windowsills, and the shoulders of the people moving through the twilight. Inside 221B, preparations were underway with the methodical precision of a military operation. Lestrade had arrived first, bringing with him 2 plainclothes constables who had positioned themselves in the building across the street, their window affording a clear view of Baker Street's comings and goings. Mrs. Hudson, after being briefed on the situation with careful omission of the more dangerous details, had agreed to stay with her sister for the evening, though not before preparing enough tea and sandwiches to feed a small army. The victims began arriving shortly before 8, each one announced by the chime of the doorbell, each one watched by the flower seller who remained at her post despite the cold and the lack of customers. Charles Whitmore came first, his political bearing somehow enhanced by the dramatic weather. Lady Ashford arrived in a private carriage, her morning blacks making her look like a figure from a Gothic novel against the snow. Pemberton hurried in with his collar turned up against the cold. Sir Geoffrey Blackwood stamped snow from his boots in the entryway. And finally, Mr. Pettigrew, the solicitor, arrived precisely on the hour, his pocket watch consulted even as he mounted the stairs. Watson ushered them into the sitting room, where Holmes had arranged the chairs in a deliberate configuration, facing the door, backs to the windows, creating what appeared to be a formal meeting but was actually a carefully constructed stage. Thomas Garrett sat slightly apart from the others, his presence causing visible surprise among the victims who hadn't known of his existence until this evening. "Ladies and gentlemen," Holmes began, once they were all settled, "thank you for coming on such short notice and in such unpleasant weather. I've asked you here because I believe we are close to resolving this matter, but I need your cooperation for one final gambit." "You know who Sterling is?" Whitmore asked, his politician's instincts for directness cutting through preamble. "I do, and more importantly he knows that I know, which puts us in an interesting position." Holmes gestured to Thomas Garrett. "This is Thomas Garrett, son of Edmund Garrett, the man you know as Sterling. He has provided information that confirms what I suspected, that this entire scheme is motivated not by simple greed, but by a desire for revenge against those his father blames for destroying his livelihood." Lady Ashford's sharp eyes fixed on Thomas. "And we're supposed to trust the son of the man who's been blackmailing us?" "You're supposed to trust Mr. Holmes," Lestrade interjected from his position by the door, "who has solved more cases than the rest of Scotland Yard combined, and who has never yet led witnesses into danger without good reason." Thomas spoke up, his voice quiet but steady. "I know I have no right to ask for your trust, but I've been trying to stop my father for weeks now. Everything I've done, breaking into shops, searching for evidence, even destroying Madame Hartwell's baubles, has been an attempt to prevent more people from being hurt by his vendetta. The question," Holmes continued, "is how to end this without anyone suffering permanent damage. Your secrets could still be exposed. My investigation could drive Sterling further underground, making him more desperate and dangerous. Or—" he paused, letting the word hang in the air like the snow outside the windows. "Or we could give him what he actually wants." "Which is?" Pemberton asked, his banker's mind clearly calculating risks and returns. "Recognition, acknowledgement, justice, of a sort." Holmes began pacing, his shadow stretching across the walls. Edmund Garrett was a master craftsman whose life's work was destroyed by what he believes was deliberate sabotage. Whether that belief is true or not is almost irrelevant. What matters is that he has received no recognition of his loss, no compensation, no acknowledgement that something precious was taken from him. So he created this elaborate scheme to force the world to pay attention, to make powerful people feel powerless, to demonstrate that even broken and blinded he could still create things of terrible beauty. "You want us to apologise to our blackmailer?" Lady Ashford's tone was acidic. "I want you to acknowledge him, not as Sterling, the anonymous criminal, but as Edmund Garrett, the craftsman who suffered a genuine tragedy. I want you to offer him a way out that preserves some measure of his dignity while ending his campaign of revenge." Holmes stopped pacing, his eyes moving from face to face. "And I want you to do it publicly enough that he knows it's genuine, but privately enough that he can accept without losing face entirely." The room fell silent except for the crackle of the fire and the soft tick of the mantel clock. Watson watched his friend, understanding the gambit now. Holmes was offering Garrett not capture but redemption, not punishment but recognition. It was risky, unconventional, and exactly the kind of solution that would never occur to anyone who thought about crime and justice in purely binary terms. It was Whitmore who spoke first, his politician's instincts recognizing an elegant compromise when he saw one. "What exactly are you proposing?" The plan was explained quickly, refined through discussion, and agreed upon with varying degrees of enthusiasm. When the clock struck 9, the victims departed one by one, each of them carrying a specific role in the performance that was about to unfold. Only Thomas Garrett remained, standing at the window and watching the snow accumulate on Baker Street, with the expression of someone waiting for a storm they could see, approaching, but not prevent. "He'll come," Thomas said quietly. "He's been watching this building all day. He knows everyone who entered. He'll realise this is either a trap or an offer, and he won't be able to resist finding out which." "How can you be certain?" Watson asked. "Because I know my father. He's spent 3 years invisible, anonymous, powerless. Tonight, He has a chance to step back into the light, even if only for a moment. He won't pass that up. Thomas turned from the window, his young face lined with worry that aged him beyond his years. I just hope you're right about giving him a way out. Because if this goes wrong, if he feels cornered... He'll fight, Holmes finished. I know, which is why we're not going to corner him. We're going to give him room to choose. Lestrade cleared his throat from his position by the door. All due respect, Mr. Holmes, but the man's a criminal. He's blackmailed 6 people, destroyed property, assaulted that distributor with chloroform. Even if his motives are sympathetic, he needs to answer for his crimes. And he will, but on terms that allow for rehabilitation rather than pure punishment. Inspector, how many criminals have you arrested who reoffend within a year of release? Lestrade's expression soured. Too many? Precisely, because punishment without purpose simply creates bitterness. Edmund Garrett has already been punished by fate. He's lost his sight, his skill, his livelihood. Punishing him further serves no purpose except satisfying our sense of justice, but offering him a path to rebuild, to use what remains of his knowledge and skill for legitimate purposes, to be recognised for what he was rather than what he's become. Holmes shrugged. That might actually prevent future crimes rather than simply avenging past ones. Before Lestrade could respond, the sound of footsteps on the stairs silenced them all. Slow, deliberate footsteps, accompanied by the tap of a walking stick on wood. Mrs. Hudson had agreed to leave the street door unlocked, and now someone was ascending to the sitting room with the measured pace of someone who had spent considerable time planning exactly this moment. Watson's hand moved to his revolver. Lestrade positioned himself where he could intervene quickly if needed. Thomas Garrett stood frozen by the window, his face pale, and Holmes simply waited perfectly still as the footsteps reached the landing and paused outside the door. Then a knock. Firm, but not aggressive. "Come in," Holmes called. The door opened to reveal a man who might have been anywhere from 50 to 70, his true age obscured by the kind of weathering that comes from sustained hardship. He was tall, or had been before his shoulders had begun to curl inward, and he moved with the careful deliberation of someone whose vision was compromised. His right eye was covered by a black patch that somehow seemed less piratical than simply sad. His hands, visible as he removed his gloves, showed the characteristic scarring of old burns, the fingers slightly twisted from nerve damage. But his remaining eye was sharp and intelligent, taking in the room's occupants with a glance that missed nothing. When it settled on Thomas, something flickered across his weathered face. Surprise, perhaps, or pain, or some emotion too complex to name. "Father," Thomas said, his voice barely above a whisper. Edmund Garrett's jaw tightened, but he didn't respond to his son. Instead, he addressed Holmes with the careful diction of an educated man who had fallen on hard times but retained his pride. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I've been expecting you to summon me for days now. I'm almost relieved it's finally happened." "Mr. Garrett, thank you for coming." Holmes gestured to a chair. "Please sit. We have much to discuss, and I suspect it will be easier for all of us if we're civilized about it." Garrett hesitated, his eye moving to Lestrade, to Watson, back to Holmes. Then, with the air of a man who has already decided his fate, he moved to the indicated chair and sat, his walking stick held between his knees like a barrier or a weapon. "My son has betrayed me then," he said, his tone carefully neutral. "Your son has been trying to save you," Holmes corrected. "From yourself primarily, but also from the consequences of a scheme that, while brilliant in its conception, would ultimately have brought you nothing but empty vengeance. You know nothing about what it would bring me. Don't I? You spent months planning this operation. You researched your victims, gathered evidence of their indiscretions, commissioned ornaments of extraordinary beauty to serve as delivery devices for your threats. You timed everything to coincide with the railway vote, believing that the company that owns the building where your shop burned is somehow involved in the railway expansion. You've blackmailed 6 influential people, disrupted the political process, and positioned yourself to create chaos in the financial markets." Holmes leaned forward slightly. "And what has it gotten you, Mr. Garrett? Has it restored your sight, healed your hands, brought back your shop, given you peace?" Garrett's face worked, emotions playing across it too quickly to identify. "It's made them pay attention. It's made them afraid. People who've never known fear, never lost anything that mattered. Suddenly they're the ones lying awake at night wondering if their secrets will be exposed, if their reputations will be destroyed, They finally understand what it feels like. And has that understanding healed you? The question hung in the air like the snow outside, soft and cold and inescapable. Garrett's hand tightened on his walking stick, his scarred fingers whitening with the pressure. "No," he said finally, the word barely audible. "No, it hasn't." "Then let me propose an alternative." Holmes rose and crossed to his desk, returning with a folder that he placed on the table between them. "The 6 people you've targeted have agreed to a settlement. They will not press charges. They will not expose your identity. In exchange, you will surrender all evidence you've gathered, return all remaining baubles, and sign a legally binding agreement to cease all blackmail activities." "That's all?" Garrett's laugh was bitter. "They buy their way out of consequences while I simply slink back into obscurity." "Not quite all. They've also agreed to contribute to a fund that will be used to establish a teaching workshop for craftsmen who have been injured or disabled in their trade. A place where knowledge and skill can be passed on even when the hands that hold the tools can no longer perform the finest work. The workshop will bear your name, Mr. Garrett, the Edmund Garrett Centre for Traditional Crafts." Garrett went very still. His eye moved from Holmes to the folder to Thomas, who nodded slowly. "It was Mr. Whitmore's idea," Thomas said softly. "He said that if your grievance was about being forgotten, about your work being dismissed, then the answer was recognition. Real recognition, not the hollow fame of being a criminal." "I don't want their charity," Garrett said, but his voice lacked conviction. "It's not charity. It's acknowledgement. Acknowledgement that your skill had value, that your loss was real, that you deserve to be remembered for what you created rather than what you destroyed." Holmes pushed the folder closer. "You can refuse, of course. You can continue your vendetta, expose their secrets, create the chaos you planned. But ask yourself, in 5 years, in 10, what will people remember? The blackmailer who disrupted a railway vote, or the master craftsman who turned personal tragedy into a legacy of teaching and preservation?" The room was silent except for the fire and the clock and the soft sound of snow against the windows. Watson watched Garrett's face, saw the war between pride and pain, between vengeance and hope. The man's hand reached out, trembling toward the folder, then pulled back, then reached out again. "I want my son involved," Garrett said finally. "If this workshop is to bear my name, Thomas must be part of it. He knows my techniques, my methods. He's the only one who can truly pass on what I've built." Thomas drew in a sharp breath. "Father, please." The word was raw, stripped of pride. "I know I don't deserve your forgiveness. I know I cast you out, called you traitor, destroyed what was left of our family. But if there's any chance—" He couldn't finish, his scarred hands covering his face. Thomas crossed the room in 3 strides and knelt beside his father's chair, his own tears flowing freely now. "Of course I'll help. I never stopped wanting to help. That's why I've been chasing you all over London, trying to stop you from ruining yourself completely." Watson found he had to look away, the moment too private for observation. He caught Holmes's eye and saw something rare there. Satisfaction, yes, but also a kind of gentle sadness, as if his friend recognized the cost of what had been lost and could never be fully recovered, even as he celebrated what might still be saved. Lestrade cleared his throat roughly. "I'll still need formal statements, and the evidence needs to be surrendered to the police, but I don't see any reason why charges need to be filed, not if the victims don't wish to press them." Garrett looked up, his eye red but clear. "The baubles are in a storage room I rented in Southwark, all of them except the 6 already delivered, and the evidence is there too, everything I gathered. You'll have it all by morning." "Then I believe we have an agreement," Holmes said quietly. "Mr. Garrett, you've spent 3 years seeking revenge against a world you felt had forgotten you. I propose you spend the next 3 years proving that world wrong, by teaching, by preserving, by creating a legacy that outlasts any momentary satisfaction vengeance might bring." Garrett stood slowly, leaning heavily on his walking stick, and extended his scarred hand to Holmes. "I accept, though I don't know why you're being so generous to a man who's caused nothing but trouble." Holmes took the hand carefully, mindful of the old injuries. "Because I believe in solving problems, Mr. Garrett. And sometimes the best solution isn't punishment, but transformation. Besides," and here his lips quirked in something almost like a smile, "I've seen what you can create when you pour your passion into beauty rather than vengeance. The blue baubles were works of art, even in service of blackmail. I'd rather see what you can teach others to create when that passion is directed toward preservation instead. As father and son left together, Thomas supporting Edmund's arm, Watson turned to his friend. "You took a risk, Holmes, letting him walk free." "Did I? Or did I simply recognise that some prisons are of our own making, and some freedom can only come through purpose rather than punishment?" Holmes returned to the window, watching the Garretts disappear into the snowy evening. "Besides, Watson, Edmund Garrett's real crime wasn't blackmail. It was forgetting that creation is always more powerful than destruction, that the things we build outlast the things we break." I simply reminded him of what he already knew. Outside, the snow continued to fall, covering Baker Street in white, making everything clean and new and full of possibility. Christmas morning arrived at Baker Street with the particular hush that comes when snow has fallen through the night and the city wakes to find itself transformed. The usual cacophony of London, the vendors' cries, the clatter of cartwheels on cobblestones, the endless percussion of urban life, had been muffled beneath a blanket of white that turned the familiar street into something from a child's storybook. Even the chimney smoke seemed softer somehow, rising in gentle columns toward a sky that had cleared to a pale, delicate blue. Watson woke to the smell of Mrs. Hudson's Christmas pudding steaming in the kitchen below, a scent so rich with spices and dried fruit that it seemed to carry the essence of the holiday itself. He dressed slowly, savouring the rare luxury of a morning with no urgent cases, no telegrams demanding immediate attention, no criminals requiring pursuit through frozen streets. The past week had been intense enough that this stillness felt earned, precious, a gift as valuable as anything wrapped in paper and ribbon. In the sitting room, he found Holmes already awake and ensconced in his chair by the fire, wrapped in his dressing gown and reading what appeared to be a monograph on medieval glass-making techniques. The detective looked up as Watson entered, and something in his expression suggested he'd been awake for hours, his mind unable to fully rest even when his body demanded it. "Merry Christmas, Watson," Holmes said, marking his place in the book with a long finger. "Mrs. Hudson has outdone herself with breakfast. I believe there are kippers, eggs, toast, and something she's calling festive ham, though I suspect it's simply ham with cloves stuck in it." "That's precisely what festive ham is, Holmes." Watson settled into his own chair, accepting the cup of coffee that had been waiting for him. "Have you heard anything from the Garretts?" "A telegram arrived at dawn. Father and son spent Christmas Eve inventorying the contents of Edmund's storage room with Lestrade supervising. Apparently the sheer volume of evidence Garrett had accumulated is staggering. Financial documents, shipping manifests, personal correspondence, all of it obtained through what I suspect were semi-legal means involving bribed clerks and strategic surveillance. Lestrade estimates it will take Scotland Yard a week simply to catalogue everything. And the remaining baubles? 18 of them, packed in straw, each one a miniature masterpiece. Lestrade is torn between admiring them as art and destroying them as evidence of criminal intent. Holmes set down his book and gazed into the fire, his sharp features softened by the flickering light. Novak has agreed to purchase them from the police auction, assuming they're released. He plans to remove the hidden compartments and sell them as simple ornaments, their sinister purpose erased, leaving only beauty. Watson nodded slowly, watching the flames dance. And the victims? Have they followed through on their promise? Charles Whitmore sent word yesterday evening. The paperwork for the Edmund Garrett Centre for Traditional Crafts has been drawn up and signed. Lady Ashford has donated the building, a former warehouse near her husband's old shipyards, surprisingly suitable for conversion into workshops and teaching spaces. Pemberton's bank is handling the financial arrangements. Sir Geoffrey has agreed to serve on the board of directors. Even Pettigrew, despite his initial reluctance, has volunteered his legal services pro bono for the first year. Generous of them. Pragmatic, more like. They're buying peace of mind and positive publicity simultaneously. Whitmore is already positioning it as an example of Parliament's commitment to supporting Britain's craftsmen. Lady Ashford sees it as a memorial to her late husband's appreciation for skilled labour. Pemberton views it as community investment that will look excellent in the bank's annual report. Holmes's smile was dry. But the motives matter less than the outcome. The centre will exist. It will serve a genuine purpose, and Edmund Garrett will have something to pour his remaining passion into besides revenge. You don't think he'll revert to blackmail once the initial enthusiasm fades? No, I've seen enough of human nature to recognise when someone has reached the end of a particular path. Garrett's vendetta was never truly about the money, or even about the railway vote. It was about being seen, being acknowledged, mattering again in a world that had dismissed him as irrelevant. Now he has that acknowledgement, and more importantly, he has his son back. That will sustain him far better than any revenge scheme could. A knock at the door interrupted them, and Mrs. Hudson entered bearing a tray laden with breakfast dishes that steamed invitingly in the cold air. But behind her came an unexpected visitor, Madame Celeste Hartwell, elegantly dressed in burgundy velvet trimmed with white fur, carrying a small wrapped package tied with silver ribbon. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, forgive the intrusion on Christmas morning," she said, her cultured voice warm with genuine pleasure. "I know it's terribly improper to call unannounced, but I wanted to thank you personally before the day was completely consumed with family obligations." Holmes rose to greet her, gesturing to Watson's recently vacated chair. "Madam Hartwell, you're most welcome. Please join us. Mrs. Hudson, might we have another cup?" "Already thought of it, Mr. Holmes," the landlady said with the satisfaction of someone who had anticipated this exact scenario. She produced a third cup from the tray with a flourish that suggested either excellent planning or mild magic. Madam Hartwell settled into the chair with practised grace, accepting her coffee with a smile that transformed her from elegant shopkeeper to simply a woman enjoying a pleasant Christmas morning. "I wanted you to know that my shop has fully recovered from the incidents of last week. In fact, business has never been better. It seems that being associated with a Sherlock Holmes investigation, even peripherally, has a certain cachet among my clientele. I'm pleased your reputation survived intact," Holmes said, and Watson detected genuine warmth beneath his friend's usually reserved manner. "More than survived. I've had 3 commissions this week alone for custom ornament collections, and several society ladies have asked me to source pieces for them from that wonderful Czech craftsman, by which they mean Mr. Novak, though I haven't the heart to tell them he's Czech, not Bohemian, and the distinction apparently matters to purists." She laughed softly, then grew more serious. "But I also wanted to give you this." She extended the wrapped package to Holmes, who accepted it with the slight hesitation of a man unused to receiving gifts. He unwrapped it carefully, revealing a small wooden box lined with midnight blue velvet. Inside, nestled like a captured star, was a single glass ornament. It was not blue. Instead, it glowed with a warm amber colour, like honey held up to sunlight, like the gas lamps that illuminated Baker Street on winter evenings. The glass had been worked in the same intricate style as the blue baubles, with delicate filigree at its crown, but there was something fundamentally different about it. Where the blue ornaments had been beautiful but cold, this one radiated warmth. Where they had been mysterious and slightly menacing, this one seemed to offer nothing but gentle light. "It's from Edmund Garrett," Madame Hartwell explained softly. "He came to my shop 2 days ago, with his son, which I understand is something of a miracle in itself, and commissioned this piece. He wanted you to have it as thanks for giving him a path forward that didn't end in prison or worse. He said—" She paused, searching for the exact words. "He said that you'd shown him it was possible to create beauty again, even after he thought that ability had been destroyed along with his shop and his hands. This is the first ornament he's made in 3 years. His son did the fine detail work that Edmund's damaged vision couldn't quite manage, but the design, the technique, the soul of it, that's all Edmund Garrett." Holmes held the ornament up to the firelight, turning it slowly, and Watson saw something remarkable happen. His friend, who could face murderers with perfect composure, who could deduce a man's life history from his bootlaces, who maintained emotional distance from nearly everything and everyone, looked genuinely moved. "It's extraordinary," Holmes said quietly. "Tell Mr. Garrett I'm honoured, and tell him that I expect the students at his centre will create things of equal beauty, given proper instruction." "I will." Madame Hartwell rose, preparing to depart. "One more thing. The ornament has no hidden compartment, no secret message. It's simply what it appears to be, a beautiful thing created for the sole purpose of bringing joy. Edmund said you'd understand the significance of that." After she left, Holmes continued to hold the ornament, studying it in the firelight as if reading some text written in the glass itself. Watson waited, knowing his friend well enough to recognise when speech would be unwelcome. Finally Holmes stirred, setting the ornament carefully back in its box. "Do you know what the truly remarkable thing is, Watson? Not the craftsmanship, though that's considerable. Not even the symbolic value of a man whose hands were crippled creating something beautiful again. The remarkable thing is that this ornament is honest. It hides nothing. It contains no secrets, no threats, no coded messages. It exists purely to be itself, without pretense or deception. He closed the box with a soft click. Perhaps that's the real lesson of this entire affair, that the things we create in honesty, even if imperfect, have more value than the most elaborate deceptions. Spoken like a man who makes his living uncovering deceptions, Watson observed with a smile. Precisely why I recognise the value of honesty when I encounter it. Holmes stretched, his long frame unfolding from the chair. Come, Watson. Mrs. Hudson's breakfast is getting cold, and I believe she mentioned something about mince pies later. If we're to do justice to her culinary efforts, we'd best begin now. The remainder of Christmas Day passed in the comfortable rhythm that had become familiar to the residents of 221B Baker Street. Mrs. Hudson joined them for dinner, a magnificent feast of roast goose, potatoes done in 3 different styles, vegetables that somehow remained crisp despite their time in the oven, and a Christmas pudding so rich it seemed to contain the concentrated essence of every winter holiday since time began. She had invited her sister as well, and the sitting room rang with laughter and conversation that had nothing to do with crime or investigation or the darker aspects of human nature. As evening fell and the gas lamps were lit, casting their warm glow across snow-covered streets, a series of visitors arrived bearing news of the case's aftermath. Lestrade came first, slightly drunk on wassail and goodwill, to report that all 6 victims had formally declined to press charges and that Scotland Yard was closing the case with a notation of resolved through private settlement. Though between you and me, Mr. Holmes, the inspector said, accepting a glass of port, this is the strangest resolution I've ever been party to. Usually when I close a case, someone's going to prison. But I suppose if everyone's happy with the outcome, including the criminal, then maybe justice looks different than I was taught to think. Charles Whitmore stopped by briefly, ostensibly to wish them happy Christmas, but actually to ensure that Holmes had truly destroyed all the evidence Garrett had gathered about his dealings with the Crimson Trading Company. Holmes assured him that the documents had been burned personally, though Watson suspected his friend had made copies of the most interesting material for his own files. One never knew when such information might prove useful. Even Thomas Garrett appeared as the evening grew late, his face transformed by happiness and relief. "Father is asleep," he said, accepting tea and settling by the fire. Actually asleep, not lying awake, plotting revenge or drowning in bitterness. He spent all day sketching designs for the teaching, curriculum, planning what techniques he wants to preserve, talking about the students he hopes to attract. It's like watching him come back to life after years of being a ghost. "And you?" Watson asked gently. "How are you managing with all these changes?" Exhausted, grateful, terrified that it won't last, that father will relapse into his obsessions. Thomas smiled, though it was tinged with worry, but also hopeful. For the first time in 3 years, I have my father back. Not the man he was before the fire. That person is gone, and we both know it. But someone new, someone who's learned that creation is more satisfying than destruction. That's enough. That's more than I dared hope for a week ago. As Thomas departed into the snowy night, Watson turned to Holmes with a question that had been nagging at him all day. Do you think Garrett was right? About the fire being deliberate? About the property company sabotaging his shop? Holmes was quiet for a long moment, staring into the dying fire. "I looked into it," he said finally. "While you were sleeping yesterday morning, I reviewed the fire inspector's report, the property records, the company's dealings with other tenants, and Watson, I think he might have been right." Watson sat forward sharply. "What?" "Nothing I could prove in court. Nothing concrete enough to bring charges. But there was a pattern of suspicious fires in buildings owned by that particular company. Always in properties they wanted to redevelop. Always just before the insurance policies were set to expire. The company profited from the insurance and then sold the land at inflated prices to railway developers." Holmes's expression was grim. Edmund Garrett's tragedy wasn't just bad luck. It was probably calculated arson. His paranoia, his conspiracy theories, they may well have been accurate, which makes his 3 years of suffering even more unjust. Then shouldn't we? Do what, Watson? The evidence is circumstantial at best. The company has excellent lawyers and powerful friends. Garrett himself has moved past seeking revenge. Opening this wound again would only cause him more pain. And the centre that's being established in his name will do more good for working craftsmen than any criminal prosecution could achieve. Holmes shook his head slowly. Sometimes justice isn't about punishment. Sometimes it's about ensuring that suffering produces something meaningful, rather than simply generating more suffering. That's surprisingly philosophical for you. Blame it on Christmas. The season seems to encourage such reflection. But Holmes was smiling, and when he rose to hang Garrett's amber ornament on the small tree Mrs. Hudson had installed in the corner of the sitting room, his movements were gentle, almost reverent. The ornament caught the firelight and the lamplight and the reflected glow of snow through the windows, creating patterns of warm gold that danced across the walls. It hung there beside the far, more modest decorations Mrs. Hudson had provided, tin soldiers and paper angels and candy canes wrapped in coloured foil, and somehow didn't diminish them but enhanced them, proving that beauty could exist at any scale, in any form, so long as it was created with honest intention. Watson stood beside his friend, both of them gazing at the small tree with its mix of humble and extraordinary ornaments, and felt the particular contentment that comes at the end of a case well solved, a story well concluded, a Christmas well spent. "You know," Watson said slowly, "when this all began, I thought it was simply another blackmail scheme, another criminal using another method to extract money from the wealthy. I never imagined it would end with reconciliation, with a father and son reunited, with something constructive being built from something destructive. That's because you see the world as it is, Watson, while I see the world as it could be if the right pressures were applied at the right moments." Holmes turned from the tree, his grey eyes reflecting the firelight. Garrett created those blue baubles as weapons, as delivery systems for pain and fear. But in doing so, he demonstrated a skill and artistry that deserved recognition. I simply helped him see that the same passion could create something better, something that would outlast any temporary satisfaction revenge might bring. And the victims? Do they see it that way, or do they simply see it as buying their way out of scandal? Probably the latter, at least for most of them. But their motives matter less than the outcome. The centre will exist, craftsmen will be taught, skills will be preserved, and Edmund Garrett will be remembered not as a blackmailer but as a master of his craft, who turned personal tragedy into collective benefit. That's a better legacy than prison would have provided. Outside, the church bells of London began to ring, marking the end of Christmas Day and the beginning of the quiet hours before morning. The sound carried across the snow-covered city, a cascade of bronze voices celebrating the holiday, celebrating survival, celebrating the simple fact of another year passing and another beginning. Holmes and Watson stood at the window, watching the snow continue to fall, watching the gas lamps burn steady against the darkness, watching London settle into peaceful sleep. And on the tree behind them, among the tin soldiers and paper angels, Edmund Garrett's amber ornament glowed with honest light, a testament to the possibility of creation after destruction, beauty after pain, forgiveness after long-harboured grief. "Merry Christmas, Holmes," Watson said softly. "Merry Christmas, Watson, and to all those who've learned that the things we build together are stronger than the things we break apart." The fire crackled, the snow fell, and in the warm refuge of 221B Baker Street, two friends stood in companionable silence, grateful for solved mysteries and second chances, and the gentle magic of a London Christmas that had transformed blue glass and bitter vengeance into amber light and hope.